We are today looking at the top board game, Mr. S.L. Narayan, GM S.L. Narayan from India versus the top top seed attorney Ladislav. Let us start with the opening moves. White has opened with the queen pawn opening. Black has responded with the grand file defense popularly played by world champion Carlsen. White has different replies. The most aggressive being c into d5 or knight f3, bishop g7, queen b3, queen b3. White has played knight f3, keeping his options open of playing c in the variation c into d5 or queen bishop 3 or queen bishop 3, known as the Russian variation. White has opted for the exchange variation, supposed to be the most aggressive. White plays with center pawns, two center pawns in the center, and black will try to counter attack those pawns, forcing them to advance at some stage. This is the typical grand field position. Here black has several replies like c5, castles and c5, and the slow b6 also, but this is the most active and accurate move. Now here white has different variations, beginning with rook b1, which involves some sacrifices of the queen side pawn after cd, queen f5 check. Second being bishop e2, and the main variation played. White fortifies his center and is planning to play queen d2 and rook a c1, followed by pushing the d pawn to d5 and c4. Black counters start attacking the c3 point to weaken the d4 point. White is compelled to defend the pawn on c3. The main move is main variation consists of playing nc6. nc6 followed by nc6 followed by c into d, and queen f5 check, queen takes d2, king takes d2, and castles, and black will attack the central pawns with rook d8, bishop g4, forcing it to advance further. Black has now played a line not very popular still, but black wants to maintain the tension on c3 and d4. White is planning to castle on the king side, and go for an all-out attack after bishop h6. However, rook c1 threatening d5 and c4 uh, may be more accurate as per White's plan. We are in theory still, but black is black has weakened the king side to maintain the tension on d4. His plan is to play bishop e6, bishop f7, or timely bishop into h6, or playing c into d4, followed by exchange of queens.
Table 8. Table 8. Iranian. Russia.
This one?
Is better. White is better.
There are the 6 tables are there.
8.
Okay. What is the name?
Arhom. Maksudlu. 8. Men 8.
Oh, it is not coming.
Hmm?
This is the game. This one.
No 8. Table 8.
Okay. Ready. Okay, I will get it there. Now, hello. Now we are ready to discuss the third board game, Mosadapur Masood versus Alexin Kirill from Russia. Grandmaster Kirill is rated 2582, and he seems to be in a quite inferior position because White Queen and Knight are giving a serious threat on f7 point, and the defense g6 is not possible because if g6, then Knight takes g6, pawn takes, Queen takes check, and King here only move, then pawn into Knight. It seems that Black King is in serious danger. So he cannot really do on Queen h5. The defense g6 is not possible. So perhaps I don't know. This is the only move. This is the only move. But after this, there he may threaten rook d1, giving a threat. Giving a threat. So how is he going to do? Seems to be very difficult. The position really deplorable. Let me see what other defense is possible. Maybe it is possible to play here, and on knight takes pawn he may come here. This seems to be the only move, perhaps the only defense now. Still, it is dangerous. The queen here, and still white is holding an edge because of weaknesses on the king and g6 point. Now this is bad position already. So how the game so quickly got into trouble is that after Sicilian defense of Mora Gambit, how quickly black got into such deplorable position. This is the serious mistake. The more theoretical move suggested by and applied by Grandmaster Novikov is f6. After f6, bishop goes to h4, knight g6, and then black develops smoothly. But this move h6 is a serious error, I think. Oh, this is the move that was overlooked by Grandmaster Kirill, Alexei Kirill. Seems to be forced. Now the position, it seems to there is only one defense, that g6 is the only defense, and knight into pawn. This is the only defense I can imagine now. Yeah, this is what has happened exactly. And now he must play ng7 to drive the queen, or yeah, what other move is possible? The other move possible is knight into rook, but that will allow knight takes, once again threatening. Ng7, and this move queen f3 is the best one, and now there is a threat. So, and if it takes now pawn into, still the g queen f6 and g6 is in a very bad weak point which cannot be defended easily. But he can hang on to the position. For example, queen comings here to get some time to drive the bishop. Oh, he retreated to queen g6. Still the same thing. I think the game can continue. Maybe knight into and knight into, and now maybe knight here. Queen here maybe. And then he can stop the threat. Once again queen h5. Now this seems to be practically forced. Things are far from clear. Once again that this is the seems to only move. Anyway, white seems to hold the edge because still the king is in bad shape. Maybe here queen takes pawn. I think this seems to be still dangerous. I think in the opening, the move which was really put black into trouble was a6. This is a theoretical move where f6 and ng6 followed by bishop e7 and castle is the correct move. Here he could have played f6. This is the correct move. But this move, bad move. And now no, again, still I believe that ng6 is the correct way to play, preparing to castle quickly. This ambitious move of black, this is too much, that keeping king in center is just a basic fundamental error, and that allowed the knight coming to the most sensitive square f7, and this is an intermediary move. It is a wonderful move because the queen goes to an awfully bad square. They need to protect d7, so only move, and I think this is the death knell. This is the death knell of black on the such prestigious and most important event and it is not easy to see a game suddenly finishes so quickly. It is perhaps it is going to be a miniature today and upset because 2437 beating 2582. The game is going all the way for white now. Should be winning. Now let's go to an interesting game going on between Iranian Grandmaster Masudud Parham versus I- Iveco Bojidar. The game continued on Reti opening, turned out to be an English, symmetrical, and White tried to transpose the game like Taras, semi-Taras, and White took d4 is a little weak point and now and gained some space. And in the opening, White gained advantage of bishop pair. I think here Black has weakened the king side, which was not advisable. I mean, he need not have weakened the king side and continued normally. But after return, now castle, bishop e3, a good move because knight into bishop would have opened the f line for attack. So good move. Now castle, good move. Now preparing to bring the rook to d1, rook d1. Now queen b4. Why black is trying to put pressure on the c4 point, but when the rook comes to c8, the f5 knight will be pinned. So there will be a tactical problem of capture on d4. For example, rook c8 fails. Now he played rook d1. Now rook c8 fails to rook c8 fails to bishop into d4, and black will be losing material. So he can't play. The other move is to create counter play with a6 b5. Why can't he do this? a6 is the other move. No, this is there. Why, I don't know, he cannot make the move. a6 intending b5, but this also is not working well now. The reason is a6, how he is going to encounter a6. Why I can't make oh, ye khela hai. No, this seems to be a blunder, because what is he going to do bishop into knight? This is just a yeah. Yeah, this is bishop on d4 is. So I told this is a mistake too. I told it is a mistake. Oh, exchange sack. I don't think the black has plenty of compensation, because white king is very solid, and he has weaknesses on e7 and b7. So I don't think. Of course, pawn b3 is not correct, because c3 point becomes weak against queen and bishop, and even a move like on pawn b3 नहीं आता है, मार मार के चेक है. What he can do. I think this seems to be quite good. Knight into b3 can come. Pawn into b3. Yeah, the position black has some compensation, but not enough. And because black king side is also weakened, and he has a e7 target, and white can even return the exchange at opportune moment, and I think the position is favorable for white. So it is not a good idea for black to have given the exchange. Other than the move he can do, what other move he can do I can recommend. Yeah, this is not working. Yeah, just for exchange down there is not enough compensation. So white is definitely stands better here. Alright, we'll have to look at another game, because this is not so interesting now. Okay.
We are now looking at the board 2 of the boys section, where Xiong Jeffrey of USA is playing against the Chinese player Yuan. Um, it started with a Nimzo English kind of a Nimzo Indian position without d4. It's an English position. And here black has a weakness on c6 and a c5 square, but now black's immediate threat, black played knight e8 threatening f6. Like for example, if I play something like here, he's threatening f6, attacking the knight. If knight moves, then I get h5 and knight is trapped. So white needs to counter the threat of f6. For example, if he plays something like h3, creating the square for the knight on h2, like now I have a square on h2. Okay, the knight doesn't look good, but I don't see any other defense for the knight. f3, f6, maybe, yeah. And here knight g4 and knight f2 now. Yeah, this is an interesting way to play, but maybe after knight g4 I'll start with knight d6 here. So if you capture here, I get my knight here on e4. Maybe white can continue with knight f2, but black will start with rook e8, putting more pressure on the e3 pawn. So now black will have a weakness. There is queen into a5. So, and for this I can just take on with the bishop, guarding the e3 pawn. So yeah, f3, but f3 h5 is possible for black, controlling the g4 square and taking the pawn. And okay, he has knight g6, so h5 does not work because of knight g5, knight g6. So here either h3 or f3 or maybe f4 even. These three moves are possible. And okay, in the future white has double bishop and black has one bishop, which looks very bad on b7, and there's a c5 square weak. And if white manages to play rook c5 and rook a5, white will definitely stand way better. So he just needs to address the e5 knight first by playing f3 or h3, and white is better here. We'll go to some other board maybe. Now we having a look at table number 1 in the ball section, where the two leaders are facing each other. SL Narayan from India is playing against the top seed Artmev Vladislav from Russia. Both the players are grandmaster. They have experience of playing World Junior in the previous years. So the opening was the Grunfeld opening, and it was the one of the main popular lines in the Grunfeld. Here Black and could have gone with the C into D4, going with the endgame. Just if he wanted to go to endgame, this is one of the most popular endgames in the Grunfeld. But Artmev did not want to go into endgame, so he played knight d7 after a 4.5 minute of thought. So the players took their own time to play the moves. So here h4 is a very interesting move, where SL Narayan wants to attack the weakened king of Artmev, which doesn't have the bishop on g7, the fianchetto bishop, which saves black in most of the times where white attacks. So bishop g4, and white played h5 and Artmev played g5. Now the couple of interesting moves, maybe just taking on g5, because black cannot capture here, unfortunately, because of here I can just take this pawn, or maybe start with h6. I'll prefer playing h6 because I'm threatening mate on g7, and rook g8 leads to check, and this is mate, an interesting line. So after h6, rook f7 is the only way to defend. Now okay, I can just start with this, and I think white is 2 pawns ahead, but he is currently losing a pawn on d4. But I'll prefer white, as I'm a pawn ahead and black's king side looks very dangerous. Checkmate can be delivered any moment. So here f into g5 is not possible, but here this move is a good move, I think, because now if he captures this, I can just enter into an endgame with a piece ahead. And if I give a check here, I can just go back with king, and again the knight is attacked. If white comes back with the knight, I can just take the pawn and maybe just capture everything. Now black can go into any endgame with equal pawns, and I think black has better chances in the endgame. Black has better chances in the endgame because of the pawns, double f pawns. Okay, white has another way to play, that is just start with knight e5, which is also interesting. Now black cannot capture because of the same idea, and if he goes here, white can even start with a check here. No, white has to start with h6, and here, and I can take on g4, or maybe just start with a check here, check, because now rook f6 fails to queen into e7, threatening mate on g7 and attacking the rook on f6. White has very good compensation for the pawns. So here black has to move his bishop maybe to e6, because now if black plays c into d4, white can just take the bishop. So maybe he has to play this bishop e6. Here white can play d5, because again black cannot capture the knight on e5 because queen into g5 is possible. Maybe black has to go with bishop g8, and white can come back knight f3 now. Um, or I don't see any other moves. Maybe bishop c8 for black. And white can continue with h6 check. And okay, if white wants, he can just start with knight c4. Just exchange the knights with a better position, better piece development. And but okay, after g5 I think the attack is stopped. So but I like knight e5, and I think white position is slightly better here. And another move here I think is h6. h6, black king can go to h8. Okay, black can go to g8, but always he'll be careful because of the diagonal. Because of this diagonal there can be check for the king, so it's always safer to go to h8. Also, if it goes to g8, in some cases like here, white can just take here, and now I give a check and it comes again with a check. So it's better if black king goes to h8. So it's much more safer on h8 than on g8. Here playing d5, I don't think it is a good idea because black can start with c4 and moving the bishop and getting his queen to play. Taking on f3 is an option also. But f4, I want to open the king side. But still black can continue something like rook f7 with the idea of rook g8, because always if I take here, black can take here. So but maybe I can just play f5, although it's weakening. Yeah, f5 doesn't look good because of knight d7, knight e5, and e5 square for the knight is very strong. The e5 square for the knight is a very strong outpost. So So now we move on to the girls section, board 1, where the leaders from the white player Frina is from Philippines and black Bivol from Russia. It started with a King's Indian opening. The H3 and BG5 variation is recently popular, but A6 is an interesting idea to convert into a Benoni. So yeah, this was the idea. So okay, generally what happens if black starts with C5 here, white can go with D5, and for A6 white can play A4, stopping B5 because of the pin for the rook. But black started cleverly with A6, where okay, now if white plays A4, black can continue with A5, and for example for bishop D3 she can start with knight A6 and knight B4. So I think A6 is an interesting move where she confused her opponent to get into Benoni with B5. Now the thing is, if white captures here and captures with the bishop, then black can play knight into E4 with the idea of this check, threatening both this bishop sorry yeah yeah so and also knight c3 is not possible because of bishop into c3, and just takes here, stops castling. Even bishop e7 does not work for rook e8, pinning again. So the white king is in a problem. So here white continued bishop d3, b into c4, and we generally find this kind of position in Benko gambit without the a pawn. And yeah, here black captured the pawn but opening the h file, and white played last move e5, threatening rook into h5. For example, if black just takes here, white is just going to take on h5, winning a piece because the queen c2 is pinning the king and the pawn on g6. So here after e5, black can just move from the pin, let's say king g8 or king f8, or queen g4 does not work because of rook h4 and the queen has nowhere to go, and queen f5 I just take here and take on h5, win the piece. So I think maybe king g8, because now if white pushes the pawn, black can come back, but she runs into risk of losing her h6 pawn. e6, and she can play f5 here. Although white's pawn in the center and slightly in the king side look dangerous, but black is a pawn ahead currently. White can try to sacrifice her exchange, trying to win the h pawn, h5 pawn, then the h6 pawn in later future. Black can defend with queen e8 and queen g6. White can try to play knight h4, threatening to capture on here. But white needs to be careful about sometime bishop into c3, and this is the plan, winning the pawn. Although this is quite risky, I think, because white is just an exchange down for one pawn, but black's king side is fully compromised, and with the threat of queen d2, queen g5, and queen g7 mate, it it is not quite easy for black. Even the knight, if she tries to come to g6, white can just capture on f5 and threatening queen g5. I think this should be winning for white. So rook h5 is an interesting idea. The idea of this. Maybe she can try to take here itself, because capturing the pawn and just capturing here. The difference between queen e8 and directly taking on c3 is that now I have queen into e6. So if I capture, let's say, this, black can even just sacrifice back or exchange in view of this. Black is a pawn ahead, but the position is not really clear. I think white has enough compensation, but queen e4 does. There is this trick. She exchanges everything. Also, queen g6 cannot come because of rook g5, just a pin, winning the queen. She can go with rook f6 here now, but maybe they can continue with bishop g5, and if goes here, the threat is queen into e6. So okay, maybe they can try to repeat the moves here. It's another way. Yeah, so I think they played a couple of moves. Yeah, they played king g8, e6, f5. Now white has the option either to take here, which we are analyzing just, or maybe just to start coolly with queen d2, threatening the h6 pawn. And in case of f4, she can take with the pawn and then threaten to play f5, now winning back the h6 pawn again. Or so we'll continue with another game now. So we move to board 16 in the boys section, where the local player Rakesh Shina is playing against a 2400 Barsamina Polo. So here it started with the Roy Lopez opening, I think. No, it was Sicilian. And here white gave up the bishop for destroying the king side of black. But the g file black can use to his own benefit. Yeah, rook g8, and I think black is better. And knight g3. uh, Yeah, the g file black is using it, so I think bishop into f6. The idea was not a correct one from Rakesh. Yeah, black has double bishop for double knights. Rakesh now sacrificed a pawn for a pass pawn in the a file. And yeah, here we receive the current position from the game, where Rakesh played knight df5 now. Here I think black is already better. Black can start with maybe white's current threat is knight f6. So black can go rook f4 with the idea of attacking the knight again and going back. And now f2 is threatened. So I guess white has to play f3. Maybe black can start with the other rook to g5, attacking the knight. The knight moves to e3, attacking the d5 pawn. Yeah, there's an interesting move, knight e7, with a small tactics of queen into e7 and queen into f4. And this is the point of knight e7. And after knight e7, now I'm threatening to capture on d5 and also capture on c6. I guess black has to play queen d7, because queen d6 fails to knight c8, and I can just capture the a7 bishop. So queen d7. Knight into c6, queen into c6. Also, white needs to be careful about some threats like rook into g3 and checkmate on the h file. For example, maybe here rook a d1 and rook into g3, h into g3, and f5 here, threatening mate on h6, because capturing just leads to mate. This is a very common theme with the bishop guarding the g1 square. And here for white can play rook e3, defending the stop, getting the g1 square from the bishop, stopping it. White can continue with this, and d4, I don't think it works because of g into f4, queen into, and if maybe give a check or just play queen e2. Queen f4, rook d7 and a7. I think white is already winning here. But I can just move my rook maybe to a4 or rook f3 maybe, because gf3, bishop into e3 check. And yeah, white needs to be careful, so he cannot be play rook a d1 being careless. He maybe moving the knight is a good idea. Knight f1. But now just white is a pawn less, and black is clearly better, dominating with rook a4. Even the e6 pawn is in danger. I think black is clearly better in the position. So we'll move to the next board. Now we move on to the girls section where Saina Salonika, the local player from Orissa, is playing against Kakul Ladies Ellen from Denmark. It started with a King's Indian opening where White did not commit with e4. She played e3, and this is kind of a Benoni setup for Black. Here she plays f5. She wants to capture the bishop on g3 with f4. So knight d2. Now White threatens to take on h5 with the queen. So knight g e5. She wants to close the center, but White took on e6, which is, I think, correct. Yeah. Now we move on to the current position where White took on ef5. So now White is a pawn ahead and can take bishop into f5, but I think bishop into f5 runs into this tactical threat of knight f5, knight d5. We're taking here, and we go to an opposite color bishop position where Black's king side looks compromised because her pawns are more advanced. And currently Black doesn't have a good square for her knight, because knight g4, White can just play bishop e6 check and rook e1. Yeah, she took on with the knight on f5, and here White can go with rook a1 attacking the bishop. So this, and now again knight d5. Now I have the threat of rook into e6. If play knight d4, just a moment, sorry. Yeah, rook e1, rook a8. Otherwise, now knight d5. So knight d4, bishop d4 leads to knight c7, and White stands better already. So you can here Black can play knight d4 directly, the idea of taking, and she can create some counterplay against the f2 pawn. So here White can start with knight e5 also directly instead of attacking the bishop, threatening knight c7, and also a tricky idea of bishop f5 and knight e7 check. For example, Black if manages to play this, so I have this check and I capture the knight, because the pin also doesn't work because knight comes to e3 and protects the queen. And this position White is a piece ahead, so this is another trick of knight f5. Rook a8 leads to knight c7. So I think even knight d4, I think she is forced to play this variation where they go into an opposite color bishop, queen and rook position, where the Black's king is a bit compromised, but the counterplay against f2 should give Saina some chances in the game. She is high rated than her opponent, so, and she has been doing well in the recent times. I think the World Junior is a good idea for her to improve her rating, get exposure in the world level with many women grandmaster and grandmasters playing. I think the pawn on d6 and g5 h5 idea was not a good one, because now the black pawns are currently a bit weak. Although she has double bishop, but knight on d5, the knight playing white knight can come to d5 and create havoc in the camp, black's camp.
Now we are to the game between Shreya Subramaniam from Malaysia and black is Utkal Ranjan Sahu from India and the local lad from Orissa. In this game, Utkal Sahu having black, having a little better chance because white has a bad bishop and there is a c4 weakness. But his own pawn on d6 is also weak. So by the time he approaches the c4 pawn like king coming to e5 and d4, white will have counter attack. So first he may position the knight on b2, and then, or it is a possible thing that he has to drive the king all the way to a corner first. I mean, I think I think it is possible. Knight coming here. How do I make the move? H6, then knight here, bishop here. You must maneuver the knight to knight over here. Maybe waiting move with the king here. Waiting move. Now knight check. Of course, the king pawn ending is bad for white. So white must move. Still, it is not easy because the white king remains near the d6 pawn. If black can manage to drive the king to h1 or h2, then he will have a chance. So I don't think this plan works well for him. Maybe here. Well, this seems to the only move. The knight cannot go via b2, so this seems to only move. And maybe he can plant the knight on f4, then the bishop will have little mobility there. Okay, let us say knight coming there. King comes, knight comes here, knight comes here, and now bishop here. I don't see an easy plan for black, even though he has a good knight versus a bad bishop. His own pawn on d6 is hounding him. By the time he approaches the c4 pawn with knight and king, white king is just in time with the weakness on d6 of black. So the advantage of black is not enough to materialize because of his own weakness pawn on d6. The d6 point is the weak point. Yeah, he has come there. Analysis. This is analysis going on. Well, I don't think it's a win is possible. It looks like it is heading towards a draw. It's a draw. Yeah. Perhaps there are more pawns on the board. Black would have better chance, but now, unfortunately, it is not having any opportunity. Draw. So let's look at another game. This is nothing to analyze here. Indian girl Mitchell Katharina, W International Women Master versus Kolvasa, where white is having a decisive advantage of open rook file, and the knight on d5 is just wonderfully placed, and the queen side initiative of black is not much compared to the attacking chances of white. Now for example, if knight into b3, white can ignore the threat on the rook. The threat is to take the rook, so he can play just queen g4. Unfortunately, queen exchange cannot be done owing to a checkmate. Knight on e7 delivers a checkmate. So, and there is no way that black can protect the queen because bishop f6 or pawn f6 is not working. So it seems the only move goes to queen to d8, and after queen d8, the move has been made. A b3, no, queen coming here, the knight into pawn, queen coming here, queen d8, and then doubling the rooks on the open fudge h file with the idea of rook check and queen s3, or rook h7 and queen s3 is very hard to meet. There is not any possibility that black can stop the decisive mating attack of white. Thereafter it seems to be one-sided game and white must win the game. Hardly any defense is possible. Now let's have a look on the both 33 versus I weak is black versus Dasanayake from Ceylon is white and I wish to select is black. Okay. Let's go from the beginning. The game started with a Reti opening and transposed to sort of English opening. Classical, and it is transpose to Grunfeld defense, classical variation. This is a variation basically was popularized by Grandmaster Polugaevsky, who was very good in his theory. His idea is to quickly open the H file and launch an attack on the Black King. But as of modern theory, Black has sufficient counterplay in the variation. The only importance is that this is not so much analyzed modern theory, so that is why he has opted for. And the current position, let's have a look. Yeah. After the moves castle, this is normal. It is transposed to English opening. White seems to have an advantage on the queen side, and his pieces are more active than black. And the pawn structure is also superior. Now, okay, the h4 pawn is hanging, but in return white can take the f7 pawn. That will be difficult for black. Okay, tries for some counter attack on the knight on center. A very good exchange sacrifice. Destroying all black's piece play. Now, white has knight and a pawn for black's as a rook, but black has many weaknesses. c6, a7 and h6, all the pawns are weak, and his king is more exposed, and the knight on center is really doing a wonderful work controlling so many good squares. And now rook c5 is coming, so queen coming. All right, there is some danger, but seems to a very easy defense that he can play rook to g6. Now he cannot exchange the rook, but that will lose material. So if he plays bishop takes g2, then queen g2. White has really a good game, but no. There is knight rook g2, rook g6, bg2, queen g2, rook into rook, pawn into is there. Well, I think what other defense he can have? I think there seems to be only force no rook to g6 at the moment now, and he can play bishop g2, and now you can play queen into g2, then he may double the rook. Yeah, this is an interesting position, but the king pawn ending wins. For example, after rook g6, bg2, queen g2, he may double the rook, but the knight. What he can do now? We can make the moves. We can make rook g6. Now this is forced. Now queen g6. This is forced. All right. He can't exchange the rook. What is going to happen now? Rook into rook, pawn and rook into pawn is coming. Well, this position is I think now perhaps white can do mostly a draw only out of it, because he must concede the h5 pawn, and I don't think there is much left for white to do in this variation. between the Chilean Grandmaster, who has got a GM title recently, against the Indian prodigy Nihal Sarin, who is doing excellently recently in tournament and would be a potential Grandmaster. Now, White has got good space advantage, and black pieces on b7, his little mobility is there, and knight on g8 is also passively placed. White has open f-line, but his king side is bit weakened. I mean, there are some targets on the black camp, but White's king is weak, so White has to always watch that suddenly the g file can open and rook can get some counter attack. But at the moment it seems to be that White is holding an advantage. Only thing he must give, a plan how his bishop can be activated. Yeah, he has made move queen there. Perhaps he wants to defend the pawn. I think White has an advantage. Let's say how White can make headway. What do you think? How White should make headway? White has one plan. No, White must play on king's side. Direct b4. Yeah, direct b4. It's a power packed move. Well played by White, because if the pawn is accepted, queen comes to f2 with a double attack on b6. Yeah, then f7, and then the c pawn and d passer. Once the b6 pawn falls, then the pawns are telepic. Yeah, I think this target yellow, it should okay. Now it is really advantage for him, so he can't accept it at the moment. Let us say he does not accept it. Let us say he plays this passive move. I guess in this must be really good. Yeah, this is really dangerous now, because queen f2 and threatening knight into pawn. This is the threat now. I think this here also looks good. So rook c8 is not good. Pawn takes pawn is not good. I think this seems to be not a good position, and Nihal Sarin has a hard time in defending so many weaknesses. f7, b6, neatly a king position and badly placed bishop. Let's see the opening, how it turned out to be. Okay, this was a Queen's Indian defense where transposed to sort of double fianchetto. Maybe this c5 is too early. He should have played patiently nd7. So many weaknesses. Oh, this is how he got the weaknesses. I think it is plus minus the current position is on the board is black has a hard time in defending so many weaknesses.
Move to boys 10. Boys board number 10. Indian Grandmaster Shardul Gagari is playing against Ukraine's Belas Mikhail. The position white has 2 bishops and should win as black kings and his pawns are very weak. And black pawns are very weak, so okay, now black has given a check on f2. Let's see now something like black is threatening to take on a2, but then white has a check on, for example, now if king e3, black if captures on a2, white can give a check on g7. Now king e8 is not possible, or black has to play some king e7, then white can capture on d5, and if black captures on a6, white captures on h5, and this resulting position, I think white should win this because rook and bishop normally works better in the end game against rook and knight. Oh, black has rook a3, which simply wins a pawn. So I think this is not the way white would like to play it. So let's go back. After rook a2, maybe white has to take on b7 with the bishop, and after bishop takes b7, check on d6, and rook takes c5. This is quite of unusual position. I think black should hold to a draw. I think we got some moves. White gives a check on e5. Now in this position, white is winning a piece after rook d5, king d5, bishop b7. White simply wins a piece, but I am not sure if it's winning. I'm not sure it's winning because king can come to d6, and this after rook h2. I don't know if it's winning or not. It's very complicated because the h pawn is very fast, and maybe bishop e4. White will try to save the h pawn by playing bishop f5. Now rook g2 is not possible because rook h2, then bishop f5. White defends the h3 pawn, which is very important, and now white is ready to take on c5 by playing bishop f8, bishop e4, and kings come to c4. This position I think white should win because the black rook is quite tied up, but it's difficult to win, but I think white should pull off.
Two very strong Indian players. Grandmaster Aravind Chidambaram is black versus Anar Visak, IM from India, is white. Where black is one pawn up, but white has a pass pawn on 6th rank. That seems that black has a good center, and I think he can put up a good resistance against the pass pawn, and once he is able to stop the pawn, then black should have upper hand. And the move rook b7 is good, because in that case the knight cannot come, rook into b6, so looks like that he must play rook b5 is not working on account of knight there. So I think after rook b7 it is difficult for white to make further progress. Maybe rook here, no, he can come here. I don't think any further initiative white can take in this position. So black has only correct move, should not allow the pawn to b7, then the rook will be totally tied down, so only move seems to rook b7. Now instead of this move, let us try that this redundant, this knight which is not active on f3, if he can bring to his queen side to do something. Perhaps nd2 giving a threat of knight b3. Knight b3 is a serious threat. How is black going to meet the threat? Then he must move his knight, I think. Perhaps ng4 is possible to meet knight b3 with knight check, or maybe he can move knight there, and on knight b3 yeah, he cannot lose, but that is risky, but I think this move is safe move. Or even he can do here knight g4, because on knight here he can have a check. Huh? I think rook b7 खेला है क्या? Yeah, I think so. Okay. Let's see the live game now, what has happened. Is he played rook b7? Still, black is still pondering, but in my opinion the move is almost forced. The other move is to play knight to e4, and on b7 knight to d6. This is a possibility, so that on capture then he can bring the bishop as a blockade. Yeah, but it is not so easy. Yeah, this is hard. So it's rook b6, rook b7 is only move, is forced here. So here this seems to the only move here. And then he must that f2 knight which is placed on f2, he must bring back to the aid of fighting against the b6 pawn. On the whole, I would say at the moment white is pinning his hope on the b6 pawn, but overall it is a matter of time that black will come back, and he can also bring his king into the defense. I think black's chances looks little better here. What move is made? Yeah, he has allowed the knight coming there. Yes, the game continued, knight e4 and pawn to b7, and it appears knight to d6, but what is in mind? Why did he allow this move? This is not wise to have allowed that move. Idea knight d5 and knight b4. How about this move? Idea knight coming there. How about this move? Knight f5 is bad, no? But he may play, I think. We want to replace the blockade, but it is not. Okay, let us say now he has played b7. How about king move? Because he has time. Knight d6. a fork. So the king should not be there. Maybe king f8. Yeah, now what? Still knight f5 and knight d6. Because any further the black king is approaching the pawn by e8. I think black is having resources to fight, and this seems to okay. But let us say not knight a5. Let us try to bring the knight now into the game. Now instead of this move, let us play rook here. So this immobilizes the knight. This gives time to white not allowing the knight to move. Okay? Still. So maybe under the circumstances, knight e1 and joining the knight on this side. Yeah. No, we will not exchange the knight. Then we cannot go for the pawn. No, here this same move, same thing. Same thing. Knight d3. Okay. Let us say bring the king. King K played knight e1. Now bring the king. Bring the king.
गेट पे ही तभी खेलना
No.
F5 खेलेगा इसलिए नाइट ही खेलेगा
This should both safe. Here. Then the king can come and join. This is forced rather. Oh, this is bad way. This move. I guess now this will be all right. This will be all right for black now. So, but he has taken a very risky decision along the pawn 7th rank, but he must have calculated properly. I guess that the position interesting, and black did not fear the dangerous looking pass pawn on b7. So let's look at the top board, number 1 board. open section where white is Indian Grandmaster S.L. Narayanan, black is Admiral Vladislav from Russia. And the queens are exchanged, both are having 2 rooks and a bishop each. But black's bishop is superior since white bishop mobility is less. And black king is more active than white. Black has more active king, better bishop, and his rooks are positioned properly. White rooks on h4 is doing nothing, idle, and have more weaknesses on h6 and e4, c4, a2. So overall, even though the material equality and white is a temporarily one extra pawn, the h6 pawn is likely to fall, and even after rook c5 and pawn b5, there is also a decisive threat. For example, after rook c5, now let us say white will try to bring the king to defense to the center pawn. Now rook c5, the threat is difficult to meet. Now he can go bishop here, and then he can go for the b5 break. Also, there is another possibility that even rook can go to g8 and c8 and then giving threats. And now after rook c5, he can play rook a3 and double the rooks on the a pawn, and this could be also a dangerous plan at the hand of black. And of course black has also weaknesses, but it is difficult for white to approach them. For example, the d6 weakness, there is hardly any attack possible. The only target white has got the f6 weak point, but for that he has to reposition his pieces and his 2 rooks. He has to move the bishop first, but where is he going to move the bishop? That is also a problem. And in the meanwhile, the rook is tied down to the h6 weakness, so it is not an easy affair, and black has sufficient resources with rook g6 attacking the pawn and defending the weakness. So I would say that even though white is a pawn up, the game looks having better chances for black. The grandmaster also could have another plan. He wants to exchange a pair of rooks, but that makes things more harder, because I guess that the correct move here, king g6, so that on the rook into rook, king into, and the pawn will fall, leisurely can take. So the position after the exchange of rooks is much more better for black, because he can play with equal material and a superior bishop and a superior rook and superior king. So the idea is to liquidate one rook does not solve the white's problems. Only the move came, so he came back here, back. Now only thing that he has prevented that rook going to g6. Okay, I think there is one possibility that he can target the bishop to c8 and a6, and then rook a3, keeping the rook tied down, and penetrate to e3. I think in any case black is having the upper hand in this endgame, but slowly but surely is going to consolidate the advantage. 16 16 नंबर मैंने अपना कॉलम लगे इंटरेस्टिंग बुक्स आते किंग आएगा ना लुकिंग टू 16 नंबर बॉय हाँ Now let us have a look at our original local boy Rakesh Kumar Janna from India, and his opponent is from Filipino, an international master, where he has attacked the f7 pawn with queen and knight, and there seems to only defense king coming, but then and rook sack, rook sack, but it may not be good. But there is an interesting variation, queen check. In case king returns, he gets baited. That queen check, and on here this is a checkmate, but leading to a checkmate because anything in mating. However, that he need not return to g7, he can go king e7, check. Now not enough, check, and again he can defend. He really cannot do much. So the rook sack is not working, but maybe he can go knight to g4 and having a multiple threat of queen h6 check as well as rook into pawn. So I think it is hard to meet now, because king g7 fails to ng4, then black will not be in a position to defend the f6 pawn. So he can ignore that, because on queen check, king to g8, queen knight check is a mate, so he must defend that pawn, and this is not working. He can't give the queen, and bishop is not in a good place to support f6, and is tied down to h6 pawn, a6 pawn also. So I think the f7 pawn must fall now, and after that bishop d5, bishop d5, rook takes pawn. Oh, he came to bad move. He made a bad move. Now knight g4. I think now it is hard, very difficult to meet. Very difficult to meet here now. How is he going to support f6? Oh, he gave queen check. But that would be only a repetition of rook into pawn. This seems to only move now, because now rook takes pawn. I think the game is practically over now. Bishop d7, bishop here is only move. Now you can attack the bishop. Queen cannot take it because there is a mate. So the bishop must move. Now queen, okay, he comes here. So this moves, and bishop here and queen here. I don't see it is coming. Defense is not coming very good now. Maybe here, he can, instead of this move also, how can he attack? Yeah, this is why should we give? Now he comes here and this, and queen here, f6 is there. I think he can provoke. This is weakness is forced. And now, how is he going to support that? Where the bishop is moving now? I think gradually it is getting lost. Now this suppose pawn takes, rook takes, pawn push, queens. No, this you can't allow the queen. So the variation is interesting on pawn into pawn. Okay. Idea queen into e5 with a decisive discover attack. Should win the game. I think Rakesh Jana is doing excellent. He is having 2 points out of 3, and now this win will inch him forward towards IM norm, and that is really doing good today against the Filipino IM. So I don't think he can defend, because King G7 would allow queen into e5. So bishop is tied down because he can always deflect the bishop with a7. So he can't do that. I think it is really hard time. Even f7 is attacked 3 times. So the position is now going out of control of black. White should score a win for him today in this position. Sign again. What sign as now. Thank you. Thank you.